That's fine.
I'm going to call this Tipp City Exempted Village Schools Board of Education meeting to order. We'll start the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's call attendance.
Amber Drum. Here. Teresa Dunaway. Here. Richard Maines.
Here.
Simon Patry.
Here.
Ann Zakor.
Here.
All in attendance, we have a quorum. Begin the meeting.
Thank you, Mrs. Fox. Next item is 1C, approval of agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Mrs. Dunaway. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Mrs. Dunaway and second by Mrs. Drum. Any discussion?
I would like to remove item K as there is no attachment and there has been no board discussion, and J and K go together. So I would motion to remove items J and K.
There's a motion to remove items J and K. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
There's a motion by Mrs. Dunaway and Mrs. Zakor to remove items 4J and 4K. Is there any discussion?
Well, just to read it out loud, J is architect selection and K is facility option approval.
Go ahead, Mr. Stefan. Before I get to you, I just want to, Ms. Stone, do you have anything else you want to say?
Item I, technology support contracts. There are no contracts attached. So then I would be motioning to remove items I, J, and K.
There is currently, your motion is J and K. That's already been seconded by.
Oh,
Mrs.
sure. I can redo it. No
Zakor.
problem.
So,
And I was going to bring up I.
Go ahead. We never got the contract, so.
Right, I was waiting on one. We didn't get in time.
Yeah,
so
it said pending and then it never came. And so I didn't realize it wasn't attached.
Yep.
So are you motioning to remove item I, Mr. Stefani?
Well, I go with the first motion.
Okay,
I'll bring
then
it
you
up
can
later.
chime in.
Yep.
did you have anything else, Mrs. Dunn?
Nope, I think,
Mrs. Zakor?
Yes, I would also agree that facility option approval, which is approval of the building plan option recommended by the facilities committee. For the public's knowledge, there's nothing attached. So it's not feasible to come in and approve something we don't even have attached on here. And most importantly, it's a big ticket item, so it should have been on here well in advance for each board member to be prepared and be able to review it.
more importantly, there should be citizen comments as well.
And absolutely, that'd be my second thing. Their work session does not permit that. And I believe that there should be citizen comments. And I think they should be communicated to the public several weeks in advance of the next meeting that does allow citizen comments.
Anyone else? Mr. Stefanik?
I understand what was said about K. For J, there's no actual firm. Really, the J is just to trigger the process of notifying folks that they can submit an RFQ. And so that is just a motion to get that process started so that at a future meeting, we can review firms that have applied, if you will, and then make a selection and formalize the selection at a different meeting. This is just to start the process so that we can get to K somewhere down the road.
Mrs. Dunaway?
So I think that's backwards. I don't know if have you ever done this in your past districts? You did? Okay. So I was on the committee to do this 7 years ago. I don't think that makes any sense, because if we're building new, there are certain firms that are very, that's kind of their niche. If we're redoing Broadway, there are certain architectural firms that is their niche. So if we go out and do this architect selection, last time we did this, I think everybody on the committee, including myself, we had over 40 hours into reading all of those very thick RFQs that were submitted. And those companies spent a lot of time submitting they're expensive. And then we read all that stuff. It was a lot of information. So until we have a plan, I think you're putting the cart before the horse. I don't see how we can pick an architect when we don't know what we're building. Unless you guys already decided in the committee, and this is just a rubber stamp, then that's fine, we'll move forward. But I haven't heard anything. We've had zero board discussion on facilities. We had a presentation from Mike Ridgely. We've had zero board discussion. I have no idea how this got on a work session. It's kind of a mystery.
Anyone else? Mrs. Zakor.
I totally agree that it's very possible that certain architects specialize in rehabbing renovations. And I think once the plan is determined, if it's a rehab or a combination new and rehab or total reno, then I think it would be really prudent to bring various architects in that are interested in the project and share with this board their past products and let us visually look at it and because it has to be a good fit. It's an expensive item. And this is not good business in my opinion.
Is that it?
Yes, that's it.
Move to call the vote. Is there a second?
I think Mrs. Zakor seconded.
No, I'm calling the vote on the amendment. Is there a
Just
second?
please read it.
The motion is to remove items 4J and K. Motion was made by Mrs. Dunaway and Mrs. Zakor. Any other discussion? All right, Mrs. Fox, if you could call the vote on the motion to remove items 4J and K from the agenda.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Zakor,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes.
Patrick.
No. Motion passes. Items 4J and 4K are removed from the agenda. Mrs. Dunaway, you previously indicated you may wish to remove item 4I. Did you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I make a motion to remove item 4I because there are no attachments to technology support contracts. I apologize for not catching it the first time. I just assumed it was there.
Second.
There is a motion by Mrs. Dunaway and a second by Mrs. Zakor. Mrs. Dunaway, any discussion?
No,
Mrs. Zakor.
No, thank you.
I would just point out that the fact that it's on an agenda does not mean it's necessarily going to carry forward. A lot of the purpose of having things on the agenda is to provide people with information and or provide them with a venue to act if they feel so inclined. And so I'm not sure why we're hesitant to hear these things, but it would make sense to me to at least leave this on to get the information and discussion, which is just identified as the type is for information and discussion.
Excuse me, Mr. President. Would that have been better placed then? Because you're right, there is no information on it. Would that have been a better position in discussion items
I would think so.
instead of under new business?
I believe the reason that may be there, and I can't speak for Mr. Stefanik for placing it, is that if the board is so inclined, they could take action on that item for new business.
Don't you set the agenda with Mr. Stefanik? It's usually the president and the superintendent.
I defer to Mr. Stefanik and ask questions on things he may find advisable, but I don't tell him to do anything. Mrs. Dunaway.
So getting back to your point about discussion, if you read item K, it says approval of the building plan approval of the building plan option recommended by the facilities committee. That's voting. It doesn't say discussion of. So the intention was to vote tonight on a facility option building plan with nothing attached and zero board discussion in 6 months. So I disagree with your comment. This was to vote on because it says approval. That means vote. Discussion would be to discuss. There's a difference.
Thank you, Mrs. Dunaway. Mrs. Porter.
I also like to add that setting the agenda is not, it's the board president is in consultation
The discussion item is whether we're going to remove
with,
item 4I,
excuse me,
not
with the
the agenda.
superintendent, with the superintendent. And I feel that these are very clear examples of the importance of the role of an officer on the board.
Any other discussion? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote. The motion is to remove item 4I, technology support contracts, from the agenda.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Zakor,
Yes.
Drum,
No.
Maines,
Yes.
and Patrick.
No. Motion passes. Item 4I has been removed from the agenda. Any other motions to amend the agenda? Is there a motion to,
Can I ask a question?
yes,
Is it possible to move those things up to discussion?
it's already been removed.
Okay.
Anyway, they have no information.
So right now, the amended agenda, is there a motion to approve the amended agenda, which has removed items 4I, J, and K?
I'll move.
Motion by Mrs. Zakor. Is there a second? There's no second to approve the amended agenda.
I'll second.
Second by Mrs. Drummond.
So I just want to clarify. So this is the fourth motion. And what is this one?
This is
Remove item I.
no,
We already
that's
did
already
that.
passed. This is to approve the amended agenda as it stands presently. And it's been made by Mrs. Zakor and Mrs. Drummond.
And it's all removing all three items.
Those have already been
Already done.
removed.
Yeah. Now we're going.
Now the question is whether we're approving it as it's amended.
So it's A through H, basically now, Melanie.
And it's Zakor and Dunaway.
No, Zakor and Drum.
Zakor,
Is there any discussion?
I apologize.
Mrs. Dunaway?
I don't know if I can do this now. I wanted to add one more thing. Is it too late? If it is, that's fine.
There's a motion to
Okay,
approve
that's
it.
fine. I'll do it at the board meeting. Don't worry. I'm good.
Well, you
You can surely vote no.
Yeah, it's okay. I got you. I'm good.
You can add an item during the meeting.
Yeah, it's okay.
So. Any other discussion? All right. Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Zakor,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes. The agenda is approved as amended. Item 2A, adjourn to executive session. The recommended action is to adjourn executive session for purposes authorized under Board of Education Policy 0166 and Ohio Revised Code 121.22G8 to discuss confidential information related to an application for economic development assistance or negotiations with other political subdivisions related to the application, as executive session is necessary to protect interests of the applicant or related expenditure of public funds. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
Motion by Mrs. Drum. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Mrs. Drum and Mr. Maines. Is there any discussion?
Are we announcing now who gets invited in?
That was going to be my discussion item.
No, I have no discussion.
Mr. Stefanik, you've given me this list here. Are these the three individuals we're inviting in?
Along with Mrs. Fox and myself.
So,
I always forget to put those on. Sorry about
so we would be inviting Mr. Matt Spring with Tip City, Mr. Nate Green with Montrose Group, Mr. Tim McElroy with North Point Development, Mr. Stefanik and Mrs. Fox. And then the next point of clarification I have, Mr. Stefanik, is are we anticipating official action concluding the executive session? Any other discussion? Mrs. Fox, if you could please call the vote.
Drum,
Yes.
Maines.
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes,
Patry,
Yes,
and Zakor.
Yes.
motion passes. As stated during the discussion, Mr. Matt Spring, Mr. Nate Green, Mr. Tim McElroy, Mr. Stefanik, and Mrs. Fox will be invited into the executive session, and no official action is intended to occur following it. We are adjourning to executive session. The time is 5:17 PM.
we're just staying in this room and then
Yes.
the people are leaving.
We're now returning from executive session. The time is 6:13 PM. We're returning to regular session. Next item is item 3A under discussion of rebranding Tipp Virtual Academy. Presentation is by Angie Cooper and Assistant Principal at Tipp New High School. I'd like to discuss the rebranding and restructuring of Tipp Virtual Academy to Tipp Smart Academy. And the intent is to vote on the requested rebranding at the June regular board meeting. I will open up the floor to discussion.
I'm standing in for Ms. Cooper. Many of the board members may know about the Tipp Virtual Academy. We have a teacher and a teacher's assistant in the program right now, and a lot of people might have a narrow lens when they look at it and go like, oh, that's the credit recovery program.
Yeah.
What they want to do is they want to actually rebrand it, because it's more than that. It's an educational option program for the school. We've got students that for a number of reasons, they've fallen behind, in their credits and their track towards graduation. And so we use an online program to help them catch up. I've been involved in these programs in the past, and it's not that the students lack the ability. They just have some other factors that, put them behind, and they just need some help catching up. And so what they'd like to do with the Smart Academy, they would like to just make sure that people know that it's an educational option, that it's something you can work through your counselor and make an application to become, a student in the program. They have a full day program. And again, those would be for the students that have the most work to complete. To get up, you could go at per class period. So again, if you had a study hall, you could go to the Smart Academy instead of your study hall, and you could actually make up some credits,
Nice.
during when you're not in class.
During the school year?
Yes.
Oh, that's
Yes,
awesome.
yeah. Then they actually have a situation where some students, for either family situations or medical situations, they have just not been successful in the full day program. And because we have a blended learning option, as long as they're there for just a little more than half the day, then they can continue to work off campus, on their devices and continue to make up the credits. And so these are all options. There's a lot of flexibility for students to choose from. And under the guidance of Ms. Cooper and Ms. Creekmore, we can get the students in the right level of program for their success.
Fantastic. I love
Any
it.
questions?
I love the proactiveness of Ms. Cooper and coming up with this, and whoever, else helped her. And I think it's great. Great work.
And you can, between now and the June meeting, you can reread the brochure again on your own if you want to. You can contact Mrs. Cooper if you have some more questions, about the program, and then we'll bring it back in the June meeting and ask for your support.
Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Next item is item 3B, Facilities Committee update.
I'll start with some notes that I took from the last Facilities Committee meeting, and then we got Mrs. Hagan, who's on the Facilities Committee. We got Ms. Robbins, who's on the Facilities Committee, and we got Ms. Fox, who's on the committee, and we got Mr. Maines and Mr. Patrick are also on the committee. So if I miss anything, you can fill in the blanks. When we discussed at the last Facilities Committee meeting, we were discussing the options that we presented to the board. We had some information about the options before that meeting that we shared with the board, that in our last meeting, the preferences went from option B2, which was a new building on the Broadway site, a modified version of the LT Ball proposal from 2018, 2019. And then, of course, the middle school and high school, they would remain in their current function. That was the one that had the most support in our last facilities meeting that came right before the board meeting where we made the presentation. After that, there was a little bit of a wavering, but there was some support for a Broadway Tipp Central renovation for the pre-K through 2 site, and the LT Ball, a modified version of the LT Ball concept. That was number 2. And then number 3 was going back and reworking the proposal that was made in the last bond campaign. Some people had raised some concerns, but that option basically is taking the whole pre-K to 5 population and putting it on one site. That's that model. So those were the top 3 as far as the facilities committee was, let's say, a month ago. When we met this week, we had some more conversations, and some of the conversations went around funding. If we have renovated sites in our plan, we can, as Mr. Ridgely stated, we can put in for a waiver and try to get OFCC funding. Chances for that are very low to get to that. And so if they don't grant that, that means that the renovation will be completely funded by Tipp residents. The new builds, anytime we have a new build, it would qualify for OFCC funding, and we would go back and put in an application for ELP, much like the district did in 2018, 2019. With that, the last time that you did the LT Ball part reno, part addition, it got clearance from OFCC as a new build. And so that project would qualify. And then if you did an entire new build, let's say on the Broadway site, that would be a new build. And so that falls underneath OFCC guidelines. And so funding would be available. When we heard the presentation at the board meeting, we found out that they're in the cost estimates that were in the renovation estimates we've received so far. There were some things that were not included in that renovation, and it wasn't a full-scale renovation like I've experienced in the past. And so to bring that up to a full-scale renovation, the recommendation was that the cost for renovation was very close to the cost for a new build. Again, back to point number 1, renovations, OFCC's probably not going to be part of the funding. New builds, OFCC is going to take our application for that, and they'll tell us what we're eligible for. In the proposal that still sits number 1 with the facilities committee, it would take our operation from 5 buildings down to 4. So there would be cost savings for just general operations. There would be potential cost savings for staffing, as long as student populations didn't go up too much. And something to consider, there would be more equitable student to staff ratios. So right now, depending on the building size, a school counselor, food service, whatever, they may have more students coming in than some other building. Whereas if the buildings were more comparable in size, then the staff ratios to the students they're serving would be closer together. Right now, maintenance is getting pretty costly, and so that played into the decision as well. Anytime you do a renovation in the building project, typically you're going to find something that you didn't plan for, but also once it's finished, there are still some older pieces to the building, and so you're probably going to have a little bit of increased maintenance costs even after a full renovation is completed. It was brought up that in the last campaign, there were concerns from the neighborhood down by Broadway. What's going to happen to that site if it's not a school? And so with that in mind, our first and our second choices maintained a school on that site. And so we felt that that would give a lot of peace of mind to the neighborhoods in that area. There's been a school there for a long time, and there would still be a school on that property, and so that the families would know exactly what was occurring on the lot across from their houses. The demo of Nevin Kopic and the bus garage, which is in our plans here, that would allow for additional parking. And it would also alleviate our need to use the West Edge neighborhood for a lot of our dismissal. If you haven't been there in the morning or in the afternoons, it's tough getting through. There are cars on both sides of the street, and then the cars are still moving down the middle. And that actually can create some safety concerns. You got to be real careful on making sure everybody's in the crosswalks where the students are, where their parents are that are picking them up. And so if we can have some more pickup and drop off options on the campus there by the middle school and the LT ball facility, that would ease up the congestion in that neighborhood. At the Broadway property, the plan would be to take the maintenance building down, and then you actually reconfigure according to the picture that Mr. Richley provided. That would create some more flow on that site, and it would provide for additional parking and a reconfiguration of the playground. And the concern I raised on the old bond plan, bringing all pre-K to 5 students to one building, that's 1,200 students. Some of our youngest students all in one place. And a lot of times they have the most needs, getting from point A to point B, things like that. And that just seems to be like a lot to me. And then add in there, we would have 1,800 students on that campus, because you would include in the 600 plus that are at the middle school. And so that's something to consider traffic wise, activity wise. So you have all that going on, and then you also have the sports complex there on the campus. And so that's a lot to be happening in one place. And then in any of the proposals, we would utilize the Nevin space as long as we possibly could to avoid the need for modular classrooms. And so then it might switch grade levels, and it might switch who's being taught in that building, but it would be some space that we could utilize, and so that we wouldn't have to put anybody or fewer people in temporary modular classrooms. We just utilize the buildings we have. So by the time we finish talking about these points, the support for option B2, which was again a new building at the Broadway site, a revised option of what the district had at LT Ball. So we wouldn't have as many grade levels there, so we wouldn't need the extensive addition on the end of LT Ball. But the concept would be work on renovating the inside of LT Ball, and then put a wing on the end to take care of whatever other needs we needed on the end of the building. But it wouldn't be 2-story. There wouldn't be some of the concerns about the new gymnasium, whether it had walls or not. Those types of things wouldn't be needed, because the population in there could be serviced by some of the common areas that we already have, i.e. the cafeteria and the gymnasium. Say again, Ms. Robbins, Jermaine, Patrick.
Any questions from the board?
What does the staff think about the B2 option that the 5 of you chose?
Oh, well, we asked Heather, she wanted us to postpone the meeting until she came back from vacation, because she was out. But in the meeting before, she said that renovations would be a hard sell. That
Broadway?
Well, either of the more historic buildings,
Yeah,
Nevin or Broadway.
Right.
So they said that new builds were definitely preferable, and they would get more support than renovations. So I texted her, this week and said, "Is it all right if we mention that?" And she said yes, that new builds, are definitely more in line with what people are looking for rather than renovations.
So you mentioned OFCC dollars. So where are we with OFCC? What is our number? And how many years out are we on OFCC money?
They couldn't predict the number. Our eligibility number is low, and they say that there are high priority districts,
Right.
and then lesser priority districts. We're not a high priority district right now, and they said that it all depends on funding And once they get past the high priority districts, they were saying that somewhere between 2 and 4 projects, would get funded. So with that kind of math, we're a good 4 to 5 cycles away. But they say that some of the most needy districts, they may have just finished a project, so then they turn it down. And so when they do that, then they get to move down the list a little bit further. But 4 or 5 cycles, again, is about 8 years, before we'd be eligible for money. But with an ELP application, what happens is you go ahead and you pay for it. And then when your number does come up, then the money comes back to the school district. That's the way that works. And we would have then, once we get to the point where we're deciding when we think the bond would be on the ballot, then we submit our ELF application, because we have a timeline of 12 months to get support from the school district after we get our application approved.
So Melanie, I'm looking at this the option is, 51 million and change. Where does that put us in our millage? For like the district cap for
I
millage?
knew it was higher
Like what's the most?
than the high school. I don't know if we had the total mills calculated.
Like what we were eligible for? I don't remember that.
No, well, what this bond would be for.
It would, my understanding is, the last projection would be about a $500,000 more than the retiring high school bond. So it's in the same ballpark as what would be retiring in 2024.
So the
It wasn't
reason,
exactly, it was a little more.
so the reason why I asked that question is I'm wondering if there would be enough millage to, depending on where we are with our cap, to get a cost projection on adding a stadium at the high school. It's, because we're fixing the bleachers, I understand that. That space is always going to be used, whether it's soccer, adding a stadium at the high school, if we have the millage, that's just something that the community has wanted. And then you're touching a lot more people who are going to be voting on the levy. You're not busing kids to the home games. They're walking right across the field. We're not busing the band. They're walking right across the field. And if we have the millage, if we're not at our cap, I think that's an option worth exploring, but that's up to the facilities committee, A, and B, we have to have the millage availability.
Right.
So that's why I asked.
Yeah, the maximum I would have to get an exact, what would be the max? I don't know that we've looked at that total millage that we can offer. Because I know the tax base has gone up in the last couple of years,
And we need more parking at the high school
since
too.
even 2018.
So then we can add more parking and kind of, because we're already gonna be doing a bus, we cleared all those trees, kind of clean all that out. So, that, if we're gonna do something, now's the time to look at it.
Yes, was there any reason given or explanation why the staff was leaning towards new build versus the renovation?
I don't recall the exact words, but they've been in the older facilities, a long time. And I don't know how many people have experienced a full renovation. And so they may not be able to see how new that can look. And so they may just think that it would be a modified renovation, and so that the older buildings would still present themselves as older buildings.
So, because I know one of the appeals with the B1, the number 2 choice of the facilities committee, that involved kind of a combination Broadway reno of LT Ball. It's my understanding on doing that, we can avoid some trailers or all trailers needed for the students.
The thought was that if we utilize the Tipp Central space, that space we're not using now, for the schools, and so there could be a rotation as different sites were completed.
Sections of it.
And so then again, Tipp Central might be K1 this year, it might be 2, 3 the next year, so there would be movement going through there. But yeah, you would have them in there rather than in
in
module units.
trailers, and that would be cost savings. And then I would assume Nevin would stay up until it's completed as well, at K3, and then you'd be bulldozing that site. Or not?
Yes, the plan is that Nevin Kopic would cease operation.
Okay, so one of the things I want to go back to is the money that the district spent on a structural engineering analysis. And it stated that the study has found that all buildings are structurally sound and support a renovation for the long term. And it's cost effective, environmentally sustainable to renovate, as opposed to demolishing and building new. And that's from the 3 companies that generated this report. So how is that factoring into decisions in terms of just destroying those buildings and building new?
So point of clarification, that cover sheet is a summation that was prepared by Energy Optimizer. It is not part of the report. The other thing is it was not a structural engineer. It was a masonry individual that looked at the outside, and that what they were looking at was the veneer, which is kind of like the outside masonry of the building. It does not indicate what the structural integrity within the walls actually are. That would not be discovered until we actually renovated the buildings.
Okay.
The other thing is that statement is based on not an apples to apples comparison. It's based on their suggested renovation plan. And as Mr. Sapani pointed out, when we did an apples to apples comparison, their suggested renovation plan was not providing the same quality, the same type of space that a new build provides. It would be deficient. And then when you added those to be an apples to apples comparison, the cost of a new build versus a remodeling of Broadway was going to be approaching that number. And that's without any unknown issues that could arise once we actually get into the building, not including the maintenance increase expenses.
So just a point of clarity, I really hadn't given up before yet, but what I wanted to say here was that this board voted on a structural engineering report. We spent money on that. And this is what we got back. And it was clearly stated numerous times, a structural engineer inspection. I've got it in the meeting minutes. I've got an email asking some questions about that to the superintendent. And then we have a structural analysis report as the final product that was sent to the board in August of 2021. And so I have not found anything that states it is not a structural engineering report. Nothing has been produced to me, and I don't believe to this board that says that it's not.
No, I just have the information, the background information that Ms. Hagan did when she made some calls that typically it starts with a masonry engineer, and then as they see some issues, then they would say, we need to address this because of this, and then a structural engineer would come in to follow up and check and make sure that is actually
Okay, but what I'm trying to say, Mr. Stefani, there was no mention in this dialogue on May 11th in the special meeting we had, approval for Kim Hagan, business operation coordinator, to obtain a structural engineer inspection to validate the structural integrity of Broadway, Central, Nevin, maintenance, and bus garage. So it was defined as the need to look for a structural engineering inspection. And that's what we paid for. And I believe that's what we got back. And as far as now changing some dialogue that it's not a structural engineer report, I don't know. Is that, to me, that's hearsay because there's been no document produced that tells me it's not that there is no, that this is counterintuitive to a structural engineering report. I believe that energy optimizers, I'd like to believe they're very reputable, as well as this, what is it? The masonry restoration technologies, and then I can't read it, something, my Midwest maintenance, is that one right there?
Oh, yeah, that's very small.
So, you know, these, I feel that, you know, we have data, and it's very encouraging. It's good news for the district, I think, that, you know, we can support
Savings.
a renovation for the long term. And then to just pay for that, to receive the information, first of all, let me say that when we motioned for that, we were all in agreement on how important it is to understand the real-time condition of those buildings, which is why we initiated that process to begin with.
Where was that report cost?
Do you know, Mrs. Fox, what did we pay for that analysis?
Kim, did you know?
$10,000.
I'm not sure. I'd have to look.
Roughly around 10,000?
Yes.
Okay.
That's,
Well, we authorized in our meeting minutes, 8,000 to 13,000.
Then that's what it would have been.
perfect.
Yeah.
In the
whatever
range,
we
so-
approved.
So 10,000 out, you know, that's probably maybe a fair number. And so we spent that money. We have this report, it's very lengthy. I'm only copying the front page. And now to put that into a pile and sort of like ignore it is a little bit concerning to me. I mean, this should be part of the dialogue, especially now that we're saying you're leaning towards a B2 option to demo Broadway and demo Copy.
Yeah.
But this is just not good business. I'm sorry.
Right.
What are we doing here? You don't take $10,000 of the taxpayers' money, articulate the reason why you want it, and then get the report back that is actually favorable, and then just put it in a pile and ignore it like it never occurred.
Valid.
Well, what I can say is the discussion in the group was that if the costs were going to be the same, and the only project that we were eligible to get some state funding back on were the new projects, that outweighed the renovation option.
Well, again, we're dealing with a lot of hearsay kind of information. I don't have any facts in front of me. So that piece in itself is a little bit concerning to me. And then, of course, I appreciate very much all of your time and effort, because it's a big deal. It's a lot of work. But then I think the next layer is to go to the public with some input as well. And so I feel that we're honing in a little bit more, and we should continue to do that. But there's some really critical steps that should not be ignored. A discussion on this structural analysis and the validity of that. I'm assuming it's valid until somebody shows me otherwise. And then I also think that there needs to be another level and layer of this discussion with the public's involvement, and that we should not be seeing this on the agenda to be voting on until we've went through a couple more steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Court. Just want to say a few things. First thing is that I'm sorry, did you have something, Mrs. Trump?
Go ahead if you're talking facility stuff, because that's kind of what I was going to bring up to, some different things that I wanted to point out on this master plan sheet.
So the facilities committee is providing an update. And so what we are relaying to you is what the facilities committee has learned about or discussed or come to a recommendation. Facilities committee has not chosen anything. They've come to a consensus to make a recommendation. And so that's number one. The five of us, or whoever's on the committee, total of us, have not chosen any plan. There was discussion had, a consensus was reached, and that's the recommendation that's being provided to the board. Number two is that in our several committee meetings, we have been provided information reports and presentations by energy optimizers, by Mr. Richley with Richley Architects, as well as the report that you're referring to. And in those discussions, it was discovered that it was not a structural engineer's report, that it was was it, Mrs. A, what was it? What's the technical?
It's called a structural analysis report.
And that was completed by a structural mason or versus a structural engineer. I don't
And
remember.
they
the
work a
distinction.
lot through Troy City Schools, the Midwest, and then they pulled in the expert from Lima.
And so, and what we also learned is that that's usually your first step. And so while we thought we were getting a structural engineer report, it wasn't necessarily what we got. It was a structural masonry report, which is typically your first step. It surprised me as well. And then what they do is then they kind of spot for potential issues on the veneer, which is the outside, not the actual inside of those walls. And you don't know what you have until you get in. And that's what Mr. Richley relayed to the group, is that it looks from the outside that everything looks good, but you don't know until you get in. If you get in, you can always have issues. And so the facilities committee kept discussions, kept asking questions. And then when it was discovered that when you do an apples to apple comparison, meaning the cost of renovating Broadway to give us the same facilities, same environment that you'd have at a new build, the cost was really the same, if not more. And so if you find issues that relate to the building, or it's going to be slightly less, and that option would be very unlikely to have any OFCC dollars, because the way these buildings are built, there's not an architectural, I know that a lot of us would disagree. I personally think they look nice, but they're not a significant architectural interest, et cetera. And so it was suggested to the committee by Mr. Ridgely that OFCC funds would be unlikely. You could certainly apply, but would be likely to be approved. Based on all those things, and knowing that in the past, things that have been voiced by the community to the school district is that they want to have some state funding if possible. They want to have a Broadway site if possible. And there's never anybody that's right on the same page. The committee reached a consensus that the option that Mr. Stefanik presented is the best option, including as it relates to breaking apart the different school ages, the new builds. Presently, Broadway, even if you renovated it, would not address the issues of one-on-one time with the teachers, for example. One of the things that was shown to us, I think it was shown to us in the presentation that Mr. Ridgely provided. These are just a few things. And so based on all that knowledge, including what we discussed and reviewed in all those meetings, that's how the committee came to this recommendation. Mrs. Strom, did you have anything?
Yeah, so I was just gonna, basically everything you kind of just said, go back to that master plan that he kind of went over with us. And there were some things that I guess concerned me still, even with renovating Broadway. So first of all, I'm still scared about those windows. I don't know what can be done if those can be taken out, that kind of stuff, but that becomes a safety hazard that he kind of said that wasn't.
I would just
gonna be
advise that the
solved.
board does not talk about safety issues on public
Okay.
meetings.
Okay, just saying. And then the other thing was like boilers and things like that. So if you just go back kind of through that, and I think that this was this in a meeting, like wasn't it on the agenda to like put there? So just community wise, you might want to look at that too.
Anybody else?
Yes.
Mrs. Zakor.
I'd like to tag on to Mrs. Brown's piece, this comparison of the renovation plan versus add-on. And Mr. Patrick, you made a statement that about cost comparison, apples to apples, that there, to my knowledge, there has not been a cost comparison, apples to apples. What are you referring to?
I'm referring to the presentation that Mr. Ridgely provided us that we authorized. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Stefanik, Mrs. Hagan, didn't he do that for us and then tell us the cost would be nearly the same?
Yeah, he did talk about that.
He talked about add-ons.
The add-on piece.
What he provided is right here. This is what he presented.
Right.
And as a point of clarity, no, I don't think that we're not apples to apples. He presented a plan of 5 buildings, K through 1, 2 through 3, 4 to 5, 6 to 8, 9 to 12, versus K through 5, 6 through 8, and 9 through 12, 3 buildings, 5 buildings versus 3 buildings. And the first one was renovating Tipp Central, renovating Broadway, renovating Copy, and those sets of numbers versus the second one he presented, renovating LT Ball, demo Broadway, Tipp Central, and demo Copy. That's not an apple to apples comparison. Those are different models. And so I don't know where you're coming up with this idea that we have an apples to apples comparison on this.
I would suggest to you that the committee feels confident that that's what we have.
Well, I would suggest that the literature suggests otherwise, because I don't know of any reports that show us this apples to apples comparison. I went through the information, I can't find it. And it's a big difference because the first plan is at 35.9 million versus the second one at 51.4. That's quite a discrepancy. And so, again, I don't think we have an apples to apple. And again, I want to go back to the meeting minutes. It couldn't have been any more clear that we were authorizing a structural engineering inspection. It's right here with energy optimizers. And so now to pull back on this, and then I asked 4 questions on that. And Mr. Stefani answered those 4 questions, and I mentioned structural engineering twice in these questions. And so somebody's drawing this conclusion that our buildings are not, and I don't know, but I'm just going to go with the data because that's what I look at is the data, the reports. And so far, nothing has been presented to us saying that the renovation of Broadway is not worthwhile.
So
In fact, I see the contrary to that.
is it almost as far? So when I say apples to apples comparison, what I'm referring to is the exercise that Mr. Richard performed for this school district, which was to review the energy optimizers plan. That plan was presented to the board as being the same as a new build and the cost to get there. When Mr. Ridgely looked at that and compared it to what a new build would provide, he identified all the items that would be missing from that plan that would need to be added. And so that is why you had a huge cost discrepancy. And that's what we mean by apples to apples. And so based on that report and the fact that we did not have OFCC funding available, or very likely not have any available, it was the committee's recommendation to go a different direction. That direction has been recommended to the board today. As far as the structural engineer's report, I'm reporting it as a facilities committee person, that there was not a structural engineer. And I'll be more direct. Mrs. Hagan, did a structural engineer review Broadway for structural engineer analysis report, or was it a structural mason?
The structural analysis, which is what it's called through energy optimizers, was done by the 2 groups that are listed on the analysis. The only time an actual certified structural engineer came out was when we had the issue with the lintel at Central. And thankfully, we did the structural analysis because they found the lintel that was getting ready to fall. So thankfully, that came out of that report. When they noticed that, they immediately reached out and told us what was going on. So I contacted our insurance company. Our insurance company at that time sent out a certified structural engineer. He looked at the lintel and word for word, they matched what the group that came out through energy optimizers said.
Mhm.
Beyond that point, there was not a structural engineer that came out to do the analysis.
Okay.
Thank you. I still have the floor. And then the other thing I think is that the committee, and I don't want to speak for the other committee, some members, if I'm incorrect, let me know, is that at that point, I think the cost being the same, the fact that there wouldn't be any funding, rather than revisit that issue, I think the committee just said, well, we're gonna still recommend not remodeling because the cost is cost prohibitive, in that you don't have any options to try to get OFCC funds or it's unlikely to succeed. And so that's how we came to this recommendation. Also, it's my understanding from what's been relayed by Mr. Stefanik directly from Mrs. Yonkers that that was not favored by the teachers either. And so, and I will share with you that I never quite let go of what I thought was a good plan, which was the original plan that went before the voters a few years back. From a cost-effective standpoint, the thing that changed my mind was that everybody else in the committee liked the other things, and I said, well, you know what? I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm going to go with the professionals, which are Ms. Hagan, Ms. Robbins, and Mr. Stefanik, Mrs. Fox, and you know, if they think, and Mrs. Junker, if they think that that's the plan we should be going, I don't have enough knowledge to contradict it. And so I followed suit with the recommendation. This is done away.
So I think we just have a basic problem here, is that you and Rick are on the facilities committee, which is normal. It was Sam and I for years, right? So I think, to me, the problem is, which is why I removed the item tonight, is we're not getting information. So what, like the stuff that Simon said tonight, that's new information to me. So maybe, you know, when you have your meetings, an email to the board, hey, you know, this wasn't a structural analysis report. I know that's what we approved and it was $10,000, but it was actually a masonry veneer. You know, just kind of keep us in the loop. So when we come into a meeting and it's June and we see that we're approving a building plan, we just feel kind of caught flat-footed because we don't have all of the information. It does not need to be, you know, I don't want you to spend 3 hours on, you know, kind of like your Miami Valley CTC. It doesn't need to be just the broad strokes, so that when there's no communication, there's no trust. And then when there's no communication, no trust, now we have 5-hour board meetings every single time. If there's trust amongst the board, if there's communication, you don't have 5-hour board meetings. It's kind of like the Miami Valley CTC. You're boom, 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 boom. That's what we need to kind of strive to get at. But without information, without communication, without trust, we're not going to get there. It's just not going to happen. So to me, maybe the work is being done. It's probably being talked about. But sitting in my seat, I don't have that information. So that creates distrust. So that's all I have.
Mr. Mays.
To me, I thought that's what the purpose of this meeting was to give that information.
Well, it said
And I would
approval.
say- And I would also go on to say that, you know, in my opinion, and this is my opinion, you know, I think that Ms. Hagan and Mr. Spencer and Liz have, and Mark too,
Mhm.
have spent a tremendous amount of time researching and pointing these things out to us to help us, you know, make a suggestion. And that's all we're doing. You know, I trust everything they did. I know, I listened to them, and I did see Mr. Ridgely's, you know, presentation too, and he showed some pictures that I had never seen before that were
Right.
awesome. I mean, you know, and I saw the other group that came in and made their presentation too. And, you know, I just have a feeling that, you know, I believe what they're presenting. You know, I'm not an architect.
Mhm.
You know, I'm not a structural engineer, but I trust these people. That's what we're paying them to do, is to present that information to us. And that's what they've been doing. So, you know, that's my perspective on it. But,
Mhm.
you know, I know we all need the information, but
Right.
again, I thought that's what we were doing tonight, was presenting that information that we've been given. You know, in our opinions, you know, we listened to Mrs. Junker and all the people involved, and it just seemed to make sense
Mhm.
what they had suggested. So that's, you know, that's my 2 cents worth there.
Mrs. Cordia Adriana.
Yes, trust is a big word, and we came in here tonight on the agenda and it was Mrs. Dunaway who motioned, and it was this board that approved to remove this. On this agenda tonight, you were asking for the approval of a facility plan.
I didn't write the agenda.
I didn't either, Mr. Maine, and my point is,
You can call me
even
that.
more egregious, not only were we asking for the approval of the facility plan, there was no facility plan attached.
Yeah.
Now, I'm sorry, folks, but when you come in, you know, I want to look at this over before I arrive. I do that. I mean, trust is a great thing, but I actually do research and analysis, and I think that's a beneficial thing for the taxpayers, I hope. And so there was no plan to look at. I don't know what plan they were even talking, you guys were even talking about approving tonight, Mr. Patrick. So thank goodness, common sense prevailed and we removed it. And even if that plan had been there, I will say I think it was premature because this has not been put out to the public. If you guys took a vote here tonight and a work session, where is the inclusion of the people that are going to pay for this? Don't they count a little bit?
They will count at the ballot box, that's.
Well, you're darn right, they'll count at the ballot box, and so I'm glad for all the, you know, the camaraderie and the trust and the time, and I'm not being facetious, it's a lot of work, but we also create a lot of our own problems by doing the things that we do so basically what we've done is spent $10,000 on a so-called structural engineering report, which now by hearsay, because I've seen no documents otherwise, it's not a structure. So we spent $10,000 on a false pretense. I don't like that. And all it involved was a few key questions. And when we keep saying structural engineer, then you call them up, who's ever on the committee, Mr. Patrick. And so this is going to be a structural engineering analysis. Am I correct in believing that? Who is that structural engineer? They're licensed as a structural engineer? Oh, okay, great. That's how that works. It's really not that complicated. So what we have done now, I don't know the true condition of Broadway. There's a lot of people in here that really support Broadway. They want it renovated. It holds a lot of memories. Tipp Central, I've said it from the beginning, I'm not vested in any of these plans. And I am not. I just want the very best plan, the biggest bang for the buck. And so I'm concerned, you know, we've already sent that message out there. Mrs. Drum's already sent that, yes, Broadway is structurally sound. It's brought on your face, and I'm not criticizing that. She believed that because we were told it was structurally sound, and now the public's believing that. Now what are we going to say? Oh, we don't really know if it's structurally sound, so we're going to abandon a renovation. This mixed messaging is not helpful, and we can fix it.
Ms. Dunaway?
So, Mr. Maines, I agree with you. Liz and I have been on this committee for, we started this 7 years ago. Hundreds of hours worth of work, absolutely. Mrs. Hagan, you know, trust her, hard worker, very intelligent. I get all that. To me, the problem is, you know, when you are the board member representing, for instance, the athletic committee, they report quarterly. It's not the athletic director's job to report back to the board. It's the board member's job. So maybe just, you know, a couple communications from yourself or Simon would just kind of take these 5-hour meetings on facilities and kind of, you know, pare them down because we already have the information. And then if we have questions, we can email you back. So we're not coming in here until midnight. So
Yeah,
it's,
we did only have this meeting just a few days ago.
yeah, Thursday. I saw
Right,
Thursday,
right.
which also made it kind of weird that we were voting tonight because I saw that you guys met Thursday and we haven't had the backstories. Like you said, you saw some things that you hadn't seen before and that kind of caught your attention.
Right.
I don't have the benefit of that information. So
Neither does.
I can't come in here and spend $51 million when I haven't seen the bells and whistles that you have. Maybe if I had seen that, I would say, wow, now I understand B2. So that's all I'm saying. Communication is so important.
Right, I agree.
Thank you.
I didn't write the agenda.
Right, I know, Mr. Stefanik wrote it. I understand.
Well,
I did, and if there's an agenda item, and the board doesn't believe that they have enough information, then the board did what they did tonight.
Yeah.
You either pull it off, or you can vote no on the recommendation.
Right.
And just table it till another meeting, which is perfectly fine. I was, I don't know if energized. I don't get surprised much anymore, but I mean, and energized.
The tornado didn't surprise you? Come on, I think it did.
But when we went around the room, the support that started to hone in on, on one plan. Kind of said, well, maybe we call the question with the board after an update and see if the board is ready for that. And I'll restate again. I am not throwing any report away. I'm not throwing any structural analysis report away. And I am the person that has experienced a full renovation of a building. I experienced it. You walked into a 1920s building and you had no idea
Right.
you were inside a 1920s building, but on the outside, you got to enjoy the 1920s, structure and the culture of building from back then. I was a part of that, but when we get into the conversation revolved around if we do a renovation, that cost is going to be Tipp City's cost. And if we did a new build, we have a chance to get some of that money back from the state for that project. And if the projects are going to be similar, and I was trying to go back, but I didn't want to turn it on and interrupt this meeting. I was trying to go back because I was surprised it wasn't written on that chart.
Mhm.
Mike Ridgely must have said it, or maybe it was on his PowerPoint slide presentation and it wasn't in the papers that we had. But he had a comment that was something about renovation or new build.
Mhm.
You're going to be somewhere mid to high 40 millions to the low 50 something millions. And he said that for new build and renovation because he was tacking on money onto that $39 million renovation estimate from energy optimizers. He took that chart and he said, I would think that there would be this much extra cost on top of that. So I will go back and watch the May 9th work session and see what he said his exact words, and I can email that out to the board about the money, the money piece.
Is that presentation on our Tipp City Schools district page that people can see it?
Yeah, it was just there.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah,
Perfect.
it's the video
I need
of the May 9th.
Yeah, I need to
meeting.
watch that.
We've provided updates related to the facilities community occasions. The presentation Mr. Ridgely gave the board included a lot of this information. So I'm not sure how we could have better communicated, but we will certainly strive to provide more detailed information. I think all the information that's been discussed today has been provided one way or another to the board. Apparently that's not the perception. And so, certainly I think we can try to do something different.
I'll just jump in or something, not about facilities. I keep looking at my phone because I am hearing stuff.
Yeah, is there
outside.
sirens?
No, there's no sirens. No, I'm just making sure that no
Yeah,
warning,
yeah,
no
right.
alerts have changed to warning. So I'm not sitting here trying to have a conversation on my
Nancy
phone.
Bowman will text us. I'll get the.
I know, I was getting.
Nancy will say, hey, there's
looking at it
a.
So you see me
alert.
going to my pocket. It's
Right.
just, I'm just
Gotcha.
seeing where it is right now. It's south of us.
I understand.
So it's south.
We rely on Nancy for these kinds of things. Yeah, me too.
I appreciate the president's commitment to try to get more, information to us and all that. I think one piece that we need to have, not hearsay, but is the structural integrity of Broadway.
So I appreciate the question, Mrs. Zakor, and I would relay this, is that the committee, what the committee's recommendation to do a structural analysis of Broadway was to understand whether renovating Broadway was even an option. It wasn't to determine that that was the option that would be selected.
Correct.
And so
Correct.
whether a structural engineer has done it or not at this point, it became moot to the committee. At least that's my understanding of the discussion and the result, is that because the cost was now close to, if not the same, potentially more, as a new build to renovate Broadway without state funding, that even if it is structurally sound, it's cost prohibitive and fiscally irresponsible. And so based on that is where we ended up with the recommendation. And if anybody in the committee disagrees with that, because I'm drawing a little bit of an inference here as to how we came to that, but I know that we recommended this recommendation regardless of the integrity of Broadway. So whether if it's amazingly sound, based on the discussions I heard, is that the cost of the renovation being so high without the option for state funding made the committee recommend what they recommended now. And I open the floor to anybody to say if they have a different perception, obviously, please feel free to share it.
I'd say that's a pretty good description.
Hearing nothing.
So what was the plan that was supposed to be the
B2.
the favored one tonight?
B2.
Me too.
Yeah, the second last one on the chart.
Demo Broadway.
No Broadway, there you go.
And then where does the trailers and all that stuff, how does that work out?
Playground.
Well, no, there would still be, there would still be some space options that utilizing the Nevin Kopic site would be our space option. But again, this is where the other item that was taken off about finding an architect. I've been involved with projects in the past that as soon as we found land for, a new spot, we put an architect on the payroll. So the architect was actually part of these discussions and part of the planning. And then having experience with other school districts, he would say, you need this many mobile units to go with the space that you have in order to maintain operations, or this is the way the flow goes from building A to building B, as the building projects go on. What would occur, I'm assuming, with any of these plans, if we maintain a multiple site project, I don't believe that both projects would be going on at the same time, because then you would say you're working over on the Broadway site, then you would utilize Devon and LT for educational spaces. And then once Broadway was done, then you inhabit, the new building at Broadway, and then you start the project, at a different site. That's the project that I was familiar with. It was the high school building that we renovated and turned into a very large elementary school. So when the high school new building was done, that's when the renovation started on the former high school, and we stayed in our current building until then the renovation was done. And so we didn't need any modular units at that time. And so that kind of domino theory of projects is the way you utilize the space you have and get ready to move into the new spaces or renovated spaces that are part of the project.
A few more points of clarification is that my interpretation of some of the discussions is that not everybody who presented to us, and what I mean that is that Mr. Ritchie and Energy Optimizers agreed. I think that Mr. Ritchie felt that the need for modular classrooms was going to be necessary in the renovation of Broadway, regardless of what was thought to occur. The other thing is that the renovation of Broadway plan that was presented did not provide for anything related to LT Ball, and LT Ball has some significant concerns that need to be addressed as well. And so that's part of the reason that the B2 includes that the addressing the needs of LT Ball combined with the building of the new Broadway school. Again, if I'm misspeaking, please feel free to, or if you have a different interpretation of what you heard, please feel free to add. Mrs. Dunaway?
When was the committee thinking that we were gonna put this on the ballot? May of 2023
Well, that was
or November of 2023?
either or.
Okay,
Mr. Richley in his presentation said if you wanted to shoot for spring of 23, then you start backing up from there. And
Correct,
you had to have
right.
things done by, like the first thing done.
yeah, you
needed
have to
be like
file.
Labor Day.
everything. Yeah,
And so that's why I said if we wanted to have that as an option, that's why I thought getting an architect involved sooner rather than later, we could actually hit that first benchmark in early September that he said, and then it would leave the March or May, whenever the primary is, that would leave that option open in 2023. If not, then you would go to November.
oh. So you've brought up Richley quite a bit tonight and he presented. So what did we ever do with that lingering bill that we owed that firm? Do we owe it? Do we not owe it? That came up last fall.
It's lingering.
Do we owe it? Do we not owe it? We don't know. It's been a couple years.
Yeah, I have emails. I don't have
Yeah,
any.
we all have the
invoices.
emails,
Yeah,
right.
And I'm not sure if we have, wasn't there a conversation about original invoices? Not being out there
It's
and,
not come up as of late though,
yeah.
and I don't know that he's
And he never
going to
brought it up.
produce another one.
Okay. I just don't like starting a
Yeah.
relationship with somebody, you know, when you still have lingering stuff on the table. I like to just make it clean.
Right. I think we identified the number that, is out there.
48,000? 30,000.
30, yeah. I think there's a $30,000 gap.
Okay, good to know. Appreciate that.
Anybody else? Anything from the committee?
So is this, I just want to be clear because I feel,
Can I take one more quick thing before you?
Yeah.
Back to that. Melanie wasn't here, I wasn't here when that discrepancy in payments occurred. And so if the board wants to have a payment happen, the board will have to direct that. The board will have to make a resolution, clean up that, any outstanding bills to architects or whatever, you'd have to vote on that.
It was previously decided that the money wasn't owed. And then
Yeah,
this
that's what I remember.
conversation came back up in October with emails from Mr. Patry, where it came back up. And I don't know, Simon, why you thought we owed that.
Yeah.
So when that cropped up on my radar, I said, whoa. That ship has sailed. We don't owe that money. So do you have anything to add to that conversation, Simon? On
Yeah,
why
I
you thought
do.
the board did owe the 30,000?
The first meeting I had at the facilities committee, there was a discussion about a bill being owed by the school district. And I inquired about that, and then I think Mr. Stevens said that he was instructed not to pay it. I'm not sure by who. And I'm not sure the underlying reasoning could be because it wasn't owed or whatever, and so I think I was kind of curious as to the status of that at one point, because I didn't have a clear understanding of it.
And you were talking facilities committee in 2020.
Correct.
Okay. That's when the first conversation happened, my understanding.
So that first meeting in 2020 is when I was aware of a potential bill being owed.
so I remember Mr. Stevens at one of our board meetings, that did come up as a topic. And the way I recall it was that he said it was not real definitive, sort of an interpretive because of something that parlayed to a previous contract, and there was a little bit of an interpretation there as to the vendor feeling that we owe it and the district feeling that they don't.
Mhm.
That's the way I remember it.
Yeah, but yeah, the conversations were between Mr. Stevens and somebody at Richley. And he reported back to the board that they did some work that we didn't ask them to do after we had the failed bond. And then I think it was maybe 6 months or a year later, I think it was a year, we got a bill out of the blue. It's like, whoa, where did this come from? And then Dave said, I don't know how those conversations went, but it was determined that the board didn't owe the bill.
I'm not sure that the district didn't request it to some of those services. I'm not sure.
I'm just going on the conversations that were relayed to me through whatever emails we received. Anyway, somehow or another, that should be cleared up.
So can I ask you again, what's going on with B2? Is it just something that is left to be voted upon, or is there
Have to at some point.
exploring
This is
something
a-
else that's gonna go on? I mean, where are we?
The recommendation is to pursue what's it
B2.
called?
B2.
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 It's like battleship.
And the next thing.
G7.
The next thing that has to happen is the board has to decide whether it's prepared to do that. If the board is not prepared to do that, the board has to provide the committee instruction as to what to do next. So that's, go ahead, Mr. Stefan.
I have notes written down that I was gonna check on. I was gonna recheck with Energy Optimizers on the structural analysis report, and where they stand, on the validity of that based on structural engineers, masonry engineers. And I've also got, I'm either gonna check with Mr. Richley about cost estimates for renovation and new build, or check the May 9th video and see if he mentioned it as part of his presentation. And I can get back to the board with those things.
Right, because
And also the debt capability on the district for the stadium option.
Right, because that's my
Okay.
question, because is he currently, because he's been doing work for us, so is he currently under contract with us? Is that part of the, do you know what I mean? Is it an hourly rate? I was just,
No,
Okay.
he said that he would come and up through
Gotcha.
that work session, make
perfect.
a presentation. Then if we wanted to
That's what I
contract,
thought we agreed
then
on,
we can do
okay.
hourly rates after that.
I don't want to get
Not
back into the
call it
situation that we were just now trying to get out of,
I don't think he'll charge me for a phone call.
because it was in gratis.
Yeah,
The way I
right.
understood it
Yeah.
was him coming
All
here
through
was in
that meeting,
gratis.
all through
Perfect.
that meeting.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, I did find a debt capacity document, so they did share that during one of the facilities meetings, and I just didn't have it on my tongue, so I was looking here. Debt capacity 64 million, 68,192.
Oh, so we got
So
it
the
down,
bond was 52 for the building.
for the stadium on there. Good to go, and a new parking lot.
So that's the number I have. Now, of course, sharing that with taxpayers, what their taxes do,
Right.
higher than what, the building, a little bit higher for the building from the high school, not much.
Mhm.
But then, of course, the stadium would be the increase that we added. So,
And we can let Baird present those options.
But we need more parking out there, so that, that's
concrete.
we've been talking about the apartments that are going in, and we're gonna need more parking spaces, so if you're gonna do it all at once and just get it done, do it right.
I will say, I think there's an interesting feature on number 6 of Mr. Richley's report, the actual project duration. For the reno, he's looking at, the way I'm interpreting this, after the bond passed, 4 years total versus the demo redo or new 2.5 years. Is that right?
And
Does
he
that sound right?
and he also said he would do what he could, if we chose the rental, he would do what he could to try to shave a year off that estimate. And I truly can't remember if he said that at the committee meeting or if he said that at his presentation. I can't remember.
I was just gonna say too, if we could see, like some of the pictures that you guys have seen of
Yeah,
what
that'd be
things would
great.
look like, that would be great also. Just as an idea.
There has been no artist renderings or
Okay.
anything like that for this recommendation. What was shown to the board was a failed levy related to tearing down and redoing a Broadway school. And Mrs. Robbins, you recall the grades that would be housed in that whole
K3.
K3.
In 2015.
Right around.
And so,
I would like to see that picture.
and just
I
that,
might have
that is
one.
not what's before the board, just so that we're clear. It was that rendering.
I asked him to pull it up at that work session, didn't I, or did I? I mean,
He
we
did
couldn't,
not
you
have
can't
it
see it on the
included in
video.
that work
You can't see it. Did I
The
ask
one
him?
he's
to pull it?
referencing is not included in that work session.
Oh, it wasn't? Okay.
In that
I don't
presentation.
think we had it with.
It was more or less a video, like with three-dimensional.
Yes, I can get the still shot.
I-
I'd like to see if I can get it.
So that was K3 at the time, and this proposal's K2, correct?
I would suggest that the board members ask the committee any and all information or any steps they feel is necessary to make a decision on any recommendations as quickly as possible by sending them to Mr. Stefanik so that the committee has direction and can provide a recommendation or information required from the board to proceed.
Okay.
Up to and including suggestions on when you think town hall type meetings should start.
Right.
Because they're different, different projects have
You gotta work
done
backwards.
that. Yeah,
We have to
they've done that
decide May or
different times.
November and then
Yeah.
work backwards.
Yeah.
So you feel it's the time, the sequence should be the board approving a plan and then introducing that to the public? Or introducing
get
a plan
buy-in.
to the public and then based on that, the approval or disapproval by the board?
I can't speak for the rest of the committee, but I feel comfortable approving a plan and presenting it to the community for the reasons that, number one, we've had multiple town hall meetings, multiple surveys done that have provided various types of feedback
We have,
over in the past, over all the different projects we've had some.
this is a
Gone
totally
out.
different project though.
I understand that, but the information that it can be used, gleaned from that can be what
Oh, I disagree.
what the action items we're desiring. And so the other thing is that I think that the school district has an urgent need for these facilities to be addressed. The costs to maintain and repair are not only unsustainable, but maybe impossible outside of the cost as a result of not having any of the parts or the items that we need. And when you're looking at this from a fiscal responsibility standpoint, to me, the only thing that makes sense is a project that will result in the possibility of receiving state funding, a high probability of state funding versus one that has a very unlikely opportunity to result in state funding. And so, given all those things, I think it makes sense to me.
Can I ask Mrs. Dunaway, you've been involved in how many?
I like them all.
Well,
Oh,
you don't want to.
sorry, no, I just
No,
jumped.
I just thought you
Yeah.
had a story
Sure.
perspective, if you don't want to offer.
No, it's okay. No, go ahead. I
Um,
was just shocked to hear my name.
2015, you were involved, no, you were or weren't, no, you were not on the board.
I think I was.
So anyway, but you, what is your, since you've been at so many of those engagement meetings, what would be, what's the pathway you see? The board approving the plan and then presenting it to the public, or the public being informed and then the board reacting to that reaction from the public?
Well, there's always, there's 6 1 half dozen the other, right? But the thing is, this board has not had these conversations with this community. Whatever surveys we've done in the past, whatever, the original OFCC, that original plan where we had to put in the little road for the traffic, the morning and nighttime pickups, which we put a basketball court there now, so then we take that out.
You mean the ramp?
Right, the ramp.
Yeah.
So all these that was old. That's not, we've got new people that have lived in the community now. So all these, they're gonna say what I said tonight. Whoa, what's going on? And so you can't slap somebody upside the head and then reach into their pocketbook and say, oh yeah, no, vote for this. They're gonna go, whoa, hey, too fast. There has to be conversations.
I would just say, based on that question,
Mhm.
I'll give you an answer that's not one of those two options.
Okay.
I don't think it will be effective timeline-wise if we present 4 options to the community.
Oh, that's a lot.
Yeah, right, that's so.
That's a lot.
Did
If the
somebody
board- if the
suggest
board-
that? Did
No,
somebody suggest
I'm just saying that
Oh,
that's what
okay.
was presented to this board was 4. And
Okay.
if you want to go out and get input from the community, I would say if this board can get it down to 2,
That's
then you present
desirable.
that to the community. That's probably a better way to go about it.
Yeah, but we can't bring them in at the last minute, like, this is what we're doing and we need your money.
No, no.
That's not gonna
No,
be
no.
successful.
No, no.
And what we don't wanna do is waste 2 years and then we're even, more behind in our schedule.
Right,
So
exactly.
do it right. And in the long run, that's always gonna be faster. It seems like it might take longer, but it's not gonna be longer than a failed effort. And then you're 4 years out. You wasted 2 years, then you have to start, now you're 4 years and you haven't even started building anything yet.
Right.
So,
Plus, we've already signified to the community that Broadway was salvageable. I think it was in the paper.
oh yeah, that's true.
So what is the plan here? I mean, I'll go with it, okay? I just want to know. I don't think we should all go home and not come up with the next step because this is just sort of dribbling and
Well, that's, and I think that's where we said, if you've got suggestions about next steps that the facilities committee should take or something that you feel we haven't done yet, email those suggestions to me. We'll schedule the next meeting. We'll get rolling. And I want to go find the comment or the cost estimate. Again, from Mr. Richley, if he said it, give me a range. What are you talking about? Where do you think it might end up for renovation versus new build?
That's very important.
Yeah.
Because is it 5 million? Is it 15 million?
Right.
That's a
How
big,
close is
that's a
it?
big difference.
Right.
Mr. Maines?
I would just like to add that even though it may be salvageable, doesn't mean that's the right option. So we have to be
I don't think
open-minded.
anybody said that. I didn't hear that. I think we just wanted to start with square one. Is it or is it not salvageable?
And I'll state it again if I haven't stated it in this meeting and I said it in a committee meeting or whatever. The total renovation that I've experienced, you don't have the same doorways
Oh,
in the classrooms, the spaces change. That's the kind of total renovation. So when people walk into, let's say that we did renovate a full renovation with Broadway and Central, they may not be able to actually identify exactly where the two buildings actually used to connect. That it's that big of a change on the inside that you can't really tell where you are from the old structure because it's that new. That's what I had a chance to experience. And I think Mr. Richley in his prediction was saying off of that chart, if you put these other things in that weren't in the first estimate at the upper 30 million something, then he says it's going to trickle into mid-40s. I can almost swear he said mid-40s or higher. And then the new build estimate was at 50 or 51. So that's where they became very close together. And that's what the facilities committee was discussing.
And furthermore is that the renovation remodel of Broadway was leaving intact all walls. I think they weren't moving any of those. And so you're not changing the space as it is, which would result, what we currently have is students and teachers and things like that in the hallway working together versus in a dedicated space that's conducive to learning. And so the fact that there is no SCC likely to occur funding related to the renovation, the cost of it seemed cost prohibitive. And again, when we authorized the structural engineering report, it wasn't to decide whether we were going to keep Broadway if it was salvageable, was to understand whether it was even possible. And so the net result of it is what we've heard is that the cost to keep Broadway is nearly equal to the new build and could still result in some unknown discoveries when we start to remodel. And then would not have any state funding. So when you combine all those things, it felt fiscally irresponsible to do that rather than to do a new build at that location that incorporates a lot of the same features, architecturally, et cetera, appeared to be preferred by the committee. Anything else?
so is there the consensus that we're going to roll 2 plan options out to the public and then the board votes? Is that going to be the procedural timeline on this?
I don't have any problem with that.
I think that what I would suggest is that every board member email Mr. Stefanik things that they think make sense to them. That would include a 2-option thing. That's all going to get then communicated to the facilities committee. Then the committee will come up with a recommendation to the board. And then after that, the board can take action or modify the recommendation, et cetera. Anything else? We're now to item 4A, resignations. Recommend approval of the following certified staff resignations.
I'll make the motion.
Second,
Motion by Mrs. Dunaway, seconded by Zakor. Motion by Mrs. Dunaway, seconded by Mrs. Zakor. Any discussion?
Mr. Stefanik, did we do an exit survey, or I believe this person was only in this district for 1 year?
One of them. Yes.
The first one, the top one. I didn't want to say the name. I know it's on the board docs, but that just always seems weird. Do we have any feedback on why? Just so if there's anything we can learn or, make better for the next person coming in to that
Yeah,
spot?
we have a plan to do that.
Okay.
Typically, that would be done, not throwing anybody under the bus,
Yeah.
that would be done by HR, and there was a vacation involved.
Yeah, sure. No,
And all that
that's
stuff
fine.
is very recent.
We have a letter from her explaining.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's all I need. I don't need the details. I just we're good. I love that we're doing those now because you get so much valuable information and we always want to be better. And that's what helps us get better. So thank you.
Agreed.
Perfect.
Any other discussion? I'd like to thank them for their service to the school district. That's the end of the discussion. Mrs. Fox, could you call the vote, please?
Dunaway,
Yes.
Zakor,
yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes.
and Patrick.
Yes. Item 4B, contract corrections for 2022-23 school year. Recommend approval of contract corrections listed below for the 2022-2023 school year.
I'll make the motion.
Second,
Motion by Mrs. Dunaway, seconded by Mrs. Drum. Is there any discussion? Mrs. Fox, if you could call the vote?
Dunaway,
Yes.
Drum,
yes.
Maines,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Motion passes. Item 4C, 2022 Summer Academy Staff Addition, recommended for approval of the additional 2022 Summer Academy staff. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second,
Motion by Dunaway, Mrs. Dunaway, Mrs. Drum. Is there any discussion? Mrs. Fox, please take the vote.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Drum,
yes.
Maines,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
and Zakor.
Yes.
Motion passes. Item 4D, student fee schedule. Recommended approval of the student fee schedule for 2022-2023 school year. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Mrs. Dunaway. Is there a second?
Second,
Seconded by Mrs. Drum. Is there any discussion?
Can I just make a comment?
Yes?
Wow, the number of people that worked on this to try to help. I don't, simplify is not the right word, but it is more organized and in a lot of cases, it's actually less expensive student fees for parents. And there's a lot of work, administrators, office staffs, several people in the district office here, both the finance department and just general administrative staff trying to help out. And just a lot of thank yous to go around to get the fees organized as well.
Anyone else?
High school's a little complex still, but we're
Yes.
working on it.
It's very streamlined. It's a
it's
huge,
nice.
huge improvement.
Anyone else? Thank you for those who put all the work into it. Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Drum,
yes.
Maines,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next item is 4E, Montgomery County Educational Service Center service contract for fiscal year 2023. Recommend approval of service contract for fiscal year 2023 with Montgomery County Educational Service Center. Is there a motion?
I'll motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Mrs. Drum and seconded by Mr. Maines. Is there any discussion? Mrs. Drum, do you have anything? Mr. Maines?
No.
Anyone else?
just have a comment.
All right, Mrs. Zakor.
My comment is I've watched over the past couple of years, these ESC fees really going up. Total between Montgomery and Miami, the last one was 1.8 million, just amazing. And so my comment would be, I hope we have a system in place that is truly validating and checking the utilization of these services per student, et cetera. So, yeah. I mean, it's easy to, when you're dealing with this large mass, it's easy to get things wrong on both ends. And so I just hope that there's a good checks and balance. Because oftentimes you can find, errors, costly errors. So
No,
that's my comment.
Yeah, we have follow-up meetings with both ESCs, and the services for next year are not the same services that we had this past year. So we are going service for service, student for student.
Who on your team is responsible for this? I mean, I know it's 1.8 total for both, but who on your team does the Miami County and the Montgomery?
It's at least us two, and sometimes we bring in Sarah as well
Okay,
for special education services.
504, yeah, that makes sense.
I think Sarah especially because she, gets out in the buildings. I know Mark gets out in the buildings.
Right.
So Sarah's that person that kind of gets to know the kids. Little Johnny has this teacher from the ESC, and so what I've seen from Sarah is that she's helping. Do we really need her? Why isn't maybe this child in our own teacher's class? And oh yeah, it's because he needs that, or so it is helpful that she's here. And Don Scott too. I think they're kind of working together, kind of fine tuning some of those needs
And
in our district.
congratulations to the Montgomery County ESC in the school psychologist sweepstakes. They found one. They found one for us.
Oh my
so
gosh, that's amazing.
We get to have our second school psychologist back from a couple years ago.
Oh,
So,
wow, that's great news.
Miami was looking, we were posting ourselves,
Oh.
Montgomery County was posting, so we.
That's like finding a unicorn.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like huge.
What do you mean, on staff we found one, or through their service?
No, through their service,
Okay.
they're gonna give us some time. Some time. We were down to one psychologist for this current school year that we just finished up. And so now we get back to 1.6, 1.7, whatever.
Yay.
But we have two bodies to take care of those needs.
Anyone else? I just want to note that the agreements identifying our district incorrectly from a legal standpoint, it's saying Tipp City School District versus Tipp City Executive Village Schools.
It could be Tipp City Schools or TCEVS, yeah, but not school district ever.
Note that change and see if they want to retype it and send it back.
Mhm.
We can do that.
People do that all the time. They always get those two backwards.
Any other discussion? All right. Mrs. Fox, if you can call the vote, please.
Drum,
Yes.
Means,
Yes.
Dunaway,
No,
Patry,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Item 4F, 2022-2023 Metropolitan Educational Technology Association contract. Recommend approval of general service contract with Meta, which stands for Metropolitan Educational Technology Association for fiscal year 2023. The public content attached. Is there a motion?
I will make the motion.
Motion by Mr. Maines. Is there a second? I will second. Motion by Mr. Maines, seconded by Mr. Patry. Mr. Maines, did you have any discussion?
No.
I would just simply ask Mr. Stefanik to discuss the contract and the need and explain why it's being brought to the board.
ITCs are the, and I'm going to refer to Mr. Bush here in a minute for some additional assistance. But ITCs are basically the technology hub for the district. They manage our connectivity and they manage programs that help us with student records and accountability systems. Anything I left out, Mr. Bush?
No, this would also include our fiscal support through Meta, also our SIS system, our Power School system, and also any of our EMIS and state reporting also is included in that.
I have a question. Oh, am I allowed?
Well, I think Mrs. Zakor had her hand up first.
Does that include Power School? Is that what you said, Brad?
Yes, ma'am.
My comment on that is that under what Schoology? Anyway, why is it that we don't have the GPAs up there on the Power School?
That's internal. That hasn't to do with anything with them. We had it. We had it for years and, oh no, we didn't have it for
No,
years.
we have it for years.
I battled to get that done. That was a whole big thing. And then this year it disappeared. We had it for a minute and then it disappeared again. And the parents and the students are not happy at all. Because you work hard. Those kids are like,
Sure.
you know, I have a,
So Mrs. Zakor still has the floor, but is there an answer from the administration?
Is that an info snap or a Power School issue?
That's a Power School issue, and I'm making a note right now to look into it and figure out what's going on with that.
Go ahead, Mrs. Zakor.
Thank you, because I just think it's really valuable.
mhm.
And I mean, it's data that's in there, it's embedded. I don't know why we can't just click and pull it up.
Yep.
So,
Mrs. Dunaway?
It also seemed like we had a lot of downtime this year, Brad, with them. I mean, every time people went to pay their fees or you went to check your kids' grades, like down. Was that a normal, like, was that on the Tipp City Schools end or was that on their end?
There were a lot of updates this year
Okay,
to try to make it better. I know that in our last district leader meeting, they were discussing that and how they're going to proceed forward with their updates and so forth.
do they ever think about doing that at night, like from midnight to 6 a.m. or, you know, like on the weekends when
Usually-
students and parents aren't trying to find stuff?
Yeah, usually what they try to do is on the weekends and the evenings. Unfortunately, sometimes that kind of doesn't work with every district,
Mhm,
just because of the way that the quarter grades and so forth,
mhm.
or interims and so forth.
Yeah.
So they kind of have to juggle that a little bit, but yes, that's one of the things that they're looking at, and it's one of the feedback things that they got from us also.
Okay, it just seems like for some reason this year, I've only been in this district 9 years, but for some reason this year, just seemed there was a lot of downtime,
Okay.
a lot, just whatever.
Anyone, Mrs. Drum, do you have time? I guess my question is why the need exists and why it can't be done in-house?
As for doing our own grade,
No, I'm talking about
System or-
what the metric, what Meta's gonna provide for us. The
I guess
services that
we
we're,
have something about
like I understand, for example, Montgomery County ESC, I understand that we couldn't hire and get those services for the amount that we pay them. It's impossible to, one, get the people here, or two, because the services ebb and flow to have it in a way that makes sense financially. So I understand the need for that. So is that something similar with Meta, or like, why can't we, I guess if we're gonna pay somebody to do services for us, my first question is, why can't it be done in-house at a lower cost?
well, what I was gonna answer with is that it wouldn't be at a lower cost, because you would have to, one, hire more personnel, but two, you're gonna have to still have to pay for a program, for a student information system program, but also for a grade book program then, to pile that on, to be able to do the things that we needed to do. Also then, if we were to do it on our own, we still have the issue with doing the state reporting on our own then also, and getting that data then to the state. And then I believe Mrs. Fox is gonna comment then also on the fiscal software piece of it that we need with them also.
So this is providing softwares that the school district needs to operate, as well as the support related to those software systems, size, functions, and the cost to do that on our own far exceed what we're paying with these people.
Definitely.
It's a connection to all the state reporting systems.
Yeah.
That's what they maintain.
State supported software.
Anyone else?
Brad, how many companies do this? Is this, do they have the monopoly on it? Is it, because some things you kind of have no choice. You know what I'm saying?
We could go to other ITCs throughout the state.
This is the popular one that most schools use.
Meta is the biggest one in the state.
Gotcha.
It was previously Medeka,
Yeah,
but
that's right.
there were ITCs that were kind of having some financial issues just because of the nature of the beast, and Meta came along and incorporated all of them throughout the state in with them.
That was like maybe 3 or 4 years ago. Maybe 4?
About 4 or 5.
Yeah, it hasn't been that
somewhere
long.
there,
I
yeah.
remember when that happened. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mrs. Fox, if you could call the vote.
Maines,
Yes.
Patry,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Passes. Next item is item 4G. Recommend action is to recommend approval of the general service contract with Meta, which is Metropolitan Educational Technology Association for fiscal year 2023. And then this one relates to the Tipp City cohort fiscal year 23. Is there a motion?
I will make the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Maines, seconded by Mrs. Drum.
Mr. Patrick,
Yes, sir.
there was a misprint on this one.
Okay.
The dollar amount was just copied from the last one.
I see that now.
It's correct in F. G is supposed to be 10,000,
Not 43, yeah.
not another 43. It's just supposed to be 10,000. It's a year-long training program. And
Can we revise that typo presently before we take a vote on it?
Ms. Fox, can you revise that quickly?
So where do I see it?
It's on the
Dollar
actual,
amount on the, right underneath where it says action.
so the contract appropriately says 10,000. That's attached, but the agenda item on the dollar amount has the wrong amount. It has the one from 4F versus 4G.
Do we have a motion in a second?
Yes.
Yes, motion by Mr. May, second by Mrs.
If
Drum.
it pleases the board,
Yeah.
while she's correcting the amount. This came up as highly recommended for new EMIS coordinators. Dave Stevens did some research on it, and the first year has gone very well for our EMIS coordinator. And so it's supposed to be a 2-year program, and so we're just recommending the second year so she can finish the 2-year new EMIS coordinator training. And we save some money because now they're hosting it in Dayton. And so she doesn't have to drive to Marion
hotel.
anymore to go. She can just go to Dayton and get the training.
That's nice.
I think I have refreshed it.
Any discussion or questions from the board?
It's corrected.
Is it updated? Okay, yeah, I see it. Just on this side, right? Okay.
Seeing or hearing, Mrs. Corder, do you have anything?
No.
All right. Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Maines,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patry,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next item is item 4H. This is the second read. And therefore is a recommended approval of the revised board policy 4438, vacation and holidays. Is there a motion?
I'll motion.
I'll second.
Motion by Mrs. Drum and seconded by Mrs. Core. Mrs. Drum, do you have any discussion?
Mm-mm.
Mrs. Core, any discussion?
No.
Juneteenth.
Any discussion from the board?
No.
Mr. Stefanik, any
No, just as we said last year, just revising the policy to line up with new state statutes.
Gotta keep Norm happy.
And it's timely because it kicks in next Monday.
Juneteenth, I saw Juneteenth.
Yeah, right.
Very timely.
Juneteenth it is.
Yay, 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 yay.
Mrs. Fox, if you could call the vote, please.
Drum,
Yes.
Zakor,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes, motion passes. Next item is item 5A. We are adjourning the executive session for purposes of authorized under Board of Education Policy 0166 and Ohio Revised Code 121.22G1 to consider the employment compensation of public employee or official. I believe we're inviting Mrs. Fox and Mr. Stefanik to be part of the executive session. Is that correct, Mr. Stefanik?
Yes.
And then I do not believe official action is anticipated. All right. Is there any discussion? All right. See no discussion, Mrs. Fox, will you call the vote, please?
So did I have, I'm sorry, a first?
No, we.
No, I'm sorry, is there a motion?
I know.
This is a core. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mrs. Zakor, seconded by Mrs. Drum. Any discussion? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Zakor,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes, motion passes. We're going to adjourn to executive session. The time is 7:00.
My eyes couldn't even focus on it. I didn't even know what those were. I said, these are my papers.
Yeah.
Right. We are now adjourning from executive session. The time is 9:07 PM. Mrs. Dunaway, at the very end of the executive session, around 9:06 PM, had to excuse herself for an urgent situation. We are now in a regular session. The next item, go ahead. Anybody else? Sorry, I thought you said something. Next item is 6A, upcoming meetings. Upcoming Rex regular board meeting will take place on Monday, June 27, 2022 at the Board of Education, beginning at 6 PM. There is also, well, that's correct. And then the next work session meeting will take place on Monday, July 11th, 2022 at the Board of Education, beginning at 5 PM. Next item is for adjournment. I would entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I move.
Motion by Mrs. Zakor, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Strome. Mrs. Fox, is there any discussion? Mrs. Fox, if you could call the vote, please.
Zakor,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Maines,
Rick, come on.
Yes.
and Patry.
Yes. Motion passes. Never gets old. You're now adjourned.
I'm out of here.